Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Sniper Glorp. How do all of you do? I'm doing a boba. I feel awake without coffee. It's a miracle. You know, I feel awake despite sleeping for like 2 hours. It's a miracle. We're sharing miracles today. Like that's kind of I don't know. It feels like it's crazy. POG crazy. Oh. Just got done traveling like 20 hours back from my Canada holiday. Why the fuck would you take a holiday in Canada of all places? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Do you have stupid? Like what? Huh? What's going on here? Okay. We'll probably do this tomorrow. Because my brother is studying there, so we visited. I'm sorry to hear that. Imagine going out of country to study and the country you go to is Canada. There's just something really funny about that. It is kind of funny though. Like, is it not? Canada is nice. As a Canadian, is it? Is it though? Are you being truthful right now? Really? Really? I think you don't go outside enough to know if it's nice or not. I used to go outside, okay? Sure, you may be right nowadays, but it's not like Canada has become a whole ass new country in the past 5 years. Maybe the reason why I don't think very highly of Canada as a travel option is because the like highlights of traveling to Canada are things I've grown up with. Like, pretty much the one biggest upside of traveling to Canada is how nice the forests are. And the trails. Canada's a great place for hiking. If you're not looking to hike like mountains or like landmarks in general, Canada has really nice forests. However, no matter how nice the forests are, you can't miss the forest for the trees. 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 5 letters. Let's do the wordle. Okay. Stare. Pound. Zilch. Hmm. Dream. Freak. What? This isn't a word, is it? Is this a word? It is. Okay. Huge. 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 Not even close. Okay. Let's do the mini. What am I? Cheer for a diva. I don't know this. And place to dive in a pool. I don't know what it's called in English. Yoko Ono. Be like a sign. I don't know. Word after ticket or talent. Huh. Strange, huh? Maybe? I've had it up there. What are architectural styles? Smell? Scent? Probably scent. Item on a chain at a bank branch. Pen? Perhaps? Deep end. Deco? Art deco? Strange. Odd. I hate when the minis are middies instead. Dude, it's so annoying. Skeletons makeup bones? Bravo? Ma all map man Matt. It's Matt. Word after ticket or talent? What the heck? Word after ticket or talent? Maybe it's not Bravo. I feel like it has to be. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Brav something. Maybe Brava? I don't know, dude. Ticket. Agent, maybe? But I'm not sure about this one. Then this... It's probably 3 words. I blank, no. I... Thou... I vote. No. Insane. Insane. This was not a fucking mini, though. What the hell? Whatever. The connection better be easy. Swing, throw, rocker, roller, rattle, thread, cradle, spool, can, ruffle, chat, hammock, conversation. Oh. I did one yesterday. Silo, chain, phase. Rattle, phase, ruffle. Throw. Okay. 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 Not throwing. Hammock, cradle, swing, rocker. Can Silo conversation chat thread chain. Insane. Easy fucking connections. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, I even know this was cylinder-shaped things. Because I saw can and silo. I just didn't know what the fuck a spool was. Dude, this was such an easy connections. Wait, actually insane. Insane. Let's do the gauge duel. Kaya first. Actually, no, I want to do the Genshin duel, not the gauge duel. The gauge duel, it requires too much thinking. Balls. Nahida. It's a Sumeru character released after Nahida that is not Dendro. After Nahida, Sumeru, not Dendro. God, I kind of forgot who the fuck was released in Sumeru. Nilo? Nilo was released before. Sino was released before. Daya was released before. I think. Was Daya released before? Maybe she wasn't. Daya was after. Well, it's not Daya. It's before Daya. Farazan? Huge. Insane. There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Applications. So it's someone who's in a position of hiring. There has to be a boss. Who's the boss in Mondstadt? There wouldn't be applications in Mondstadt. Mondstadt isn't organized enough for that. Lea? There could be applications in Lea. Either on Kuting or Ningguang. Is this Sumeru? It is. Okay. Huge. This looks like a finger doing this. You see it? I have no idea what the fuck it's actually supposed to be. Or we can just guess at random. That's Goro. Easy clap. That's a handyman of some sort. Who's good at repairing things. Toma is male wife, but I don't know if that counts. The robot? Nice. Insane. Insane. Blade. It's a wind character released before Blade. Bronya. Insane. Daily quote. The sword in my hand, caught but a needle compared with the heavenly bodies. How can I use it to cut open a star? Who the fuck tries to cut stars? Who the fuck is Delulu enough to try to do that? Other than Acheron. Who's Delulu? Who's edgy? Who's an edgy character that has a sword? It's not Blade, though. Jingliu, maybe? Yeah. I've seen this before. I know I've seen this before. but I don't know where. Fuck. I know I've seen this before. It's not Amansurin or Herda. I have no clue who it is then. Maybe I haven't seen it before. Gems, so maybe it's a gem, so maybe it's one of the stones. It's not Topaz. I haven't seen Jade's abilities. Maybe it's Jade. No. Trotter Market? Is it Topaz? Dude, what? What ability is that? Whatever, man. Ben. It's not Anton. What's the other element? Huge. It couldn't be Anton because Ben was wrong faction. Time for some hard labor. Oops. Time for some hard labor. How can I help? Time for some hard labor. Ah, shit. This is a quiz, is it not? That's fucked up. That's a fucked up question. Nice. Oof. I have no clue. It's probably either this or this. Nice! Insane! +5. +5. +5. Plus fucking 5. Easy clap. Not even close. I'm the GOAT. Hell yeah. Have you checked out Genshin Sim with Shilonen being added? Someone's done a slightly scammy Kaya team with Arlecchino for 100k. That's kind of based. My goat. Balls. They were the 2 months, the Pepsi woman. Okay, business. Maybe we could play it. Why not? It's been a while since I played Kaya. It's almost the end of Cocktober and we have no cock. True. That is kind of crazy. Petra? I'm not putting him on Petra. You know what, though? Maybe what I should do is go back to the Petra domain. and farm a good offensive Petra set. Maybe that's what I need to do. Perhaps that's where we spend our resin today, in the Petra domain. Le plus dur, c'est de savoir. The Petra Mind Virus is spreading? Yeah. Maybe Petra is a problem. It's a disease. Perhaps. Mais je sais. C'est vrai qu'elle n'est pas parfaite. C'est un héros. Okay. Why do commissions still? Because I don't do exploration. I don't have any commission points. On m'accuse de faire de la traite d'être humain. 50, 40, 20%, c'est déjà bien. Was checking your Candace build on Enka. What are your reasons for putting her on Hydro Goblet over HP? Because I don't have an HP Goblet with ER. Or crit rate for Fav procs. HP would be better. C'est plus facile, les mêmes te courtillent. Tout le monde ferme les yeux. Mais faut bien que je fasse le mien, non? Entre le tien et le mien, la différence c'est que moi je paye des impôts. Allez circuler, madame, reprends tes papiers, ce qui te reste de dignité. Pauvre femme, trouve-toi un vrai métier. Do we actually go Petra, chat? Wouldn't that be fun? Farming Bolide in 2024? J'en parlerai. Un fils de pute, comme ils disent. Ouais. Didn't they change this domain a while back? I don't think I've done it since they changed it. Yeah, you don't take damage from triggering melt anymore. You know what? No, I don't want to. But I don't want to do this either. Maybe it's time to start prepping. Let me take a look at Auron. Mats. See if there's anything I can prep for him. Pugasaur Tyrant. Fuck, but I've already condensed my resin. I'm an idiot. Okay. Then talent materials. We need kindling again? Dude! What about Chaska? Conflict. Wait, is she the first conflict character? Chat, is she the first conflict character? I feel like she is. I have a bunch. I guess it's not that many. Kachina? Kachina's not real. This is today? This is today. Alright, let's do that then. Are these guys vulnerable to... No, they probably have high power res. You eat the Shalona and Tribe Story tomorrow? I could, honestly. Just Milani one-shot it? Yeah. Purple. Do Shallonen quest so I can watch it and skip reading it myself and still get the 60 primos? True! I have a quest, Jeff, today? No. But maybe tomorrow. Today we're gonna do some more viewer misses, and we're gonna do the banner review. Is Farina a must-have for Nevilette? She's not a must-have, but having her versus not having her, I'd say there is a difference. Oh, maybe they were asking for Navia. That's fair. If you were asking for Navia, then also, no, not really. Even less so for Navia than for Nevilette. Did I forget to burst on her? I might have, actually. I forgot the burst. Okay, no purples. Not a great day. Alright. What's my pity on this banner? I know it's high. Is it at 72? I think it's at 72, but I want to double check. $60, $65, $70. 1, 2, 3. $73. So 2 wishes until I enter soft pity. This is gonna be my day of C2 chat. I'm so ready. Like, so ready. Real. Alright, I'll go make some coffee. I'll be right back. I'm back! Thank you, guards. You're keeping us safe. Oh, BLG is up 2-0. Bin my goat. Chat, should we watch this? I'm down. We're gonna be watching this video and critically evaluating his critical evaluation. We can't hear him. Fuck my bad.
Chat, do I have a treat for you today? 12 hours ago, watchmojo.com just uploaded top 20 strongest characters in Genshin Impact, okay? We watched the last one like a year ago. It was a banger. I mean, most of it was wrong, but it was funny to watch. We're gonna do it again, okay? We're gonna watch.
Oh, don't swear in the first minute of a video. Let's heckin' go. Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're ranking the best characters in Genshin Impact. Wait, okay, I'm sorry for the brain rot I'm about to say, but Dong Li definitely just said skibbity. Listen. Listen, no, okay, sorry, I'll shut up. Okay, let's watch, sorry. Number 20, Kokomi. In this battle, go. I mean, I like Ki, if successful. I like the, as a descendant of the Sangya clan and Divine Priest of Watatsumi Island. Kokomi is a solid 5-star Hydro Catalyst character. At a young age, she's in charge of most affairs on the island. That's how you know not to underestimate her. Why you tell me someone responsible for keeping so many people happy has one of the game's best healing abilities, to the point where she can sometimes overheal. She also has a wide-reaching elemental skill that easily applies Hydro, meaning she can act as a solitary Hydro unit on certain teams. Plus, the skill's duration can be refreshed by elemental burst. Going to turn it up even higher. Sorry. Should we stop the dubbing?
Xingshu.
What? 19? Okay, it's fine. It's calm down. He's probably higher than 19, but it's okay. If you don't know, Xingqiu is very good. He's kind of like Yelan. Yelan gives you like, you know, a bit more personal damage on field buff. Xingqiu gives you more Hydro app, has good.
True. Put some more soul into it. Zajef77. The problem is there's too much text from Watch Mojo. Like there's too much of it is from Watch Mojo. But I can do a Zajef part. Sure. He's probably higher than that. Wait, okay. What? See, 19? Okay, it's fine. It's calm down. He's probably higher than 19, but it's okay. If you don't know, Xingqiu is very good. He's kind of like Yelan. Yelan gives you, like, you know, a bit more personal damage on field buff. Gives you more Hydro app as good con stuff like that and defensive.
Gives you like, you know, a bit more personal damage on field buff. Xingqiu gives you more Hydro app, has good con, stuff like that, and defensive utility. Anyways, we'll see. Keep watching. This is really old footage. You can tell because Shangling has a headband. That's a different Shangling icon. I mean, 19 is still high. 19 is still high. Honestly, I wasn't expecting him to be on the...
Wait, I never noticed that. What? Did you guys know Shailing's portrait changed? I didn't. What?
List, so
Additional defense and inflict Hydro on close opponents. Always striving for chivalry, Xingshu's in-game description reads that he yearns for justice and fairness for all. But he also has a rebellious side and is sometimes at odds with his family over his commitment to the guild.
What in God's name is this team? No wonder you need a food buff and a potion buff. You're playing Xingqiu, Sucrose, Bennett, and then you benched Shangling for Zhongli. Who's your DPS, bro? What are you doing? You're gonna die! They cut it before he got hit by Raiden, look! They're about to get hit!
Number 18, Shangling.
Okay. Shangling. Again, she probably deserves to be higher, but we'll keep watching. I don't know. Xingqiu Shangling already.
A 4-star pyro polearm sub DPS character.
Look, at least she's
Shangling
here. At
is
least
the
she's here.
famous head of the Wanmin restaurant in Liyue, and she runs it with her father, Chef Mao.
Chef Mao,
She's
yep.
notable pyro application
Wait, bro, is this
on
me soloing Guoba? No, this isn't me, but 6 MS. Yeah, that can't be me. I did that like 2 years ago.
Pyro application on foes. Even when elemental burst gets swapped out, it retains its damage buffs. Shangling is partnered most commonly with Bennett, as she can snapshot his flat attack buff
True.
so that she can use her burst while he is also active.
She can snapshot? No. That can't be true.
Okay, I mean, okay.
Number 17, Risley.
What? Okay, I'm not even trying to be like a, because I saw some people argue when Xingqiu came up. They're like, oh, Yelan, Xingqiu, like Yelan's better, Yelan, and I didn't want to enter the argument because they're both great characters and yeah, cool. But okay, I like Risley. Okay, I like him. But above Xingqiu and Shangling, are you crazy? He's hot, I agree, but
That's all right. He has a long journey ahead after all.
Risley, a 5-star Cryo Catalyst character, has one of the darkest backstories in Genshin Impact, having killed his cruel foster parents to save his adopted siblings.
Base?
For this, he was exiled to the Fortress of Meripede as a teenager, but he turned pain into power, becoming the fortress's administrator and serving in an aspirational role amongst his fellow prisoners. Risley is best utilized in melt or freeze teams as a main DPS. Constant cryo usage is helpful for elemental reactions like freeze.
Also, I will say, in case you're new here, obviously supports will rank higher or flexible characters than just like a main DPS because you want more on your account and they're very strong. Oh, nevertheless, an exception. But Risley above Xingqiu, I thought that was gonna be good because they started off strong. He's not bad though. Like he's a decent DPS, but I mean he's not like meta.
Number 16, Baizu.
What constellation do you guys think this Risley is, by the way?
Above Xingqiu, I thought that was gonna be good because they started off strong. He's not bad though. Like he's a decent DPS, but
Solo Risley hitting for 40k ticks on the ult?
I mean he's not like meta.
Number 16, Baizu.
Maybe it's Emblem.
Most of them are fine.
I don't have a problem with Baiju. I think he's good with Farina, but above Xingqiu and okay, I mean I'm glad he's here. Like I think Baiju's good, but I don't know about.
Blaze lilies.
I mean,
they don't come cheap.
It's just crazy now because
green hair and
now every character they say.
I wonder who Lily's is and why Leia keeps glazing them.
Is going to be compared to the start, which was Xingqiu Shangling. But good healer with Farina. If you don't have Farina, he's still good, but you could just like use Yao Yao or something.
The last
Kirara
is more anxiety about our medical appointments.
Or
Baizu,
Nahida plus another healer.
And owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy, is a 5-star Dendro Catalyst.
Like Baiju's really good, but he's mostly replaceable. Especially now with Shilonen too. Like Baiju's great. I like him. But the main situations where he's like actually a big upgrade is with Farina. But now a lot of Farina teams can also run Shilonen. So, but he's still good. You can play him Aggravate or whatever.
Substantial party healing. In addition, his burst deals off-field Dendro application, and his HP scaling is beneficial to both his Dendro buffs and healing.
Whoa!
Dude, he just fingered him to death. Holy.
That was that convincing.
Kniech.
Okay, Kniech is still new, and a lot of Natlan supports are not out yet. It's difficult to evaluate his exact place in the meta, especially when future characters are coming out. Am I glad he made the list, and do I think he deserves it? Yes. Do I think he could be higher or lower? Like, we don't know. Well, probably not lower, but I do think he's good. Okay, I'm happy he's here. I get him cornered. Your goat is a fraud. In the quest, maybe, but he's a good character. He only needs Bennett and like 2 random supports. Eventually, maybe Malvika, maybe future characters will synergize with him very nicely. Molani, for example, great character on her own. And like with like the worst investment supports, she does good. Then they release Shilonen, she's even better. Maybe a future Pyro, even better. Kanich, Shilonen doesn't really buff him, but maybe future Pyros, future something else. Because right now he can't run the hero set in his team. He can't unless you're playing support Molani, and no one other than me does that.
In his arsenal, you know you're
He's good,
fighting
though.
with someone cool.
Wait, actually, I think it was Limbo that sent me a DM that apparently if Pyro characters refresh Burning, it doesn't proc Cinder City. I haven't tested it. I want to double check it. Because there's a Pyro Aura on the enemy. I mean, there's a Dendro Aura when you trigger spread with underlying Dendro, but it would still give the proc like that. There's an Electro Aura when you trigger Electro Charge with a Hydro character on an enemy that's already like it definitely doesn't have anything to do with the aura.
I've been waiting for you for.
No proc. No proc. No reaction, no proc. Yeah, but you do kind of get a reaction. Like, when Yanfei does a normal attack on an enemy that's burning, it changes the burning damage from looking at Nahida's EM to looking at Yanfei's EM. So, she's definitely involved in the reaction in some way, but I guess she's still not considered as fulfilling the condition to trigger a reaction. So that means a Pyro character won't be able to proc Cinder City unless the Pyro Aura gets removed from the enemy entirely. If you're trying to play them in like an HD. Which means that that's a pretty bad sign for Maoika, actually. Thank God, dude. Thank fucking goodness they're nerfing Burning. Reaction was way too broken. And the Villette buffs, Burning nerfs, I feel like they understand what's going on in the meta for sure.
And no one other than me does that.
Look in his arsenal, you know you're
He's good,
fighting
though.
with someone cool.
He's
Besides
good.
the swinging mobility,
I'm not gonna get mad at the
Kanich is an
placement,
ace
but
with
just know that he's
Claymore
good.
And an athlete that other athletes aspire to.
He's not
As a proud
Nevalette.
member of the Scions
He's
of the
not,
Canopy,
but he's good.
exploration and adventure run through his veins. He's capable of spins and mid-air strike attacks, always choosing a practical killing stroke over pretty battle choreography. And once he invokes the Night Soul's blessing, his power is amplified to a whole new level. With his elemental capabilities and top-notch agility, Kanich makes for a strong Dendro DPS with great overworld traversal, who's incredibly fun.
He's good. He's like kind of like Alhaitham, but Alhaitham is different, right? It's like Hyper Bloom Aggravate. This guy is Burning Burgeon. Who's above
Number
Kanich?
14, Chlorinde.
We must safeguard the dignity of the court.
I mean, Claren's good.
And as a last resort, we will do so by force.
A 5-star Electro Sword wielder, Clorinde is renowned as Fontaine's strongest champion duelist. The lightning-quick damage dealer deals...
Again, I like Clorinde. I think Clorinde's a solid DPS. Like, I don't think her team DPS... Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't looked into Clorinde a bit past, like, her patch. But I'm pretty sure Alhaitham's overall a better DPS than her, and Kanich, DPS-wise, is usually about the same as Alhaitham.
There's a lot of caveats to statements like this. Alhaitham's biggest issue that is the reason why he's somewhat fallen out of favor with theory crafters is that he doesn't scale that well with hyper investment. He's a character that's pretty much capped in terms of his performance. The only, like, meaningful upgrade you can get him is the signature. Technically, his cons are, like, C6 versus C0 is a meaningful upgrade, but, like, not anywhere close to other characters' constellations, right? His best con is Nahida C2. True, it is. But conversely, that means that he's the character who gets closest to his max performance without those things. And yeah, that performance is lower, but he gets to it more easily. And that's part of why Alhaitham is such a good unit. That's part of why when I did my top 20, I had him at number 20. Oh, is it Dover? Damn, that's crazy. Oh yeah, kind of insane. By the way, chat, I think I'll stream later tomorrow because I want to watch Genji versus T1. I should have done pick'ems. How long have I played League? I started playing when Vel'Koz just got released. Vel'Koz was the client loading screen when I played for the first time. 2014, yeah. It's been 10 years. That's fucking insane. You know, I actually opened League for the first time in a long time recently. I just opened PBE to try out Mbessa and customs. Don't worry. I haven't fallen back into it. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about me, chat. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Have you ever thought of making League content? I thought about it, but one, I don't like the person I am when I play League. Like, League really, it evokes the worst in me. Like, it's really bad. Those of you that have seen the, like, one of the, like, 3 or 4 League streams I've done in my life, you know. It's really fucking bad. Change personality, true. I remember Aram. Yeah, Aram is different. Wait, what? Zajef came out that day. Troy, that's such a good emote. Why did I forget Zajef was an emote? That's a great emote, dude. But yeah, that's the first reason. The second reason is I just I don't have anything that would make me particularly enjoyable to watch on League. I guess that's not necessarily true. When back when I played League properly, when I had a good support game, I had a lot of fun, and I think they would have been enjoyable to watch. Because I just start fucking cackling like an idiot. But I don't know.
Them like it's pretty similar, so it should be a bit like she should be a bit under, but it's fine.
Get Duthed coaching for content. See, the problem is Duthed would probably be the worst person to coach me. Because, like, my biggest issue with streaming Genshin is that my mental is ass. I will fucking lose my shit when I play. And he's not gonna help! You think he's gonna help? He's just gonna teach me ways to tell people to kill themselves in Polish! Like, he'll put more effort into coaching the flame than coaching the gameplay. That's what friends are for, true. If Duthed coaches you, you would devote to Iron 4. Yeah, I have wondered how high I could climb if I took it seriously. Gold 4. I mean, I've already climbed to diamond. So it would definitely be higher than diamond. I wonder if I'd be a hard stuck masters, or if I could make it higher. Hello, master. Yeah. I think like the biggest obstacle is that I would tilt too much. Okay, there are two biggest obstacles. One, I would tilt too much, and two, I get bored playing the same champ over and over again. But playing the same champ over and over again is the most reliable way to climb when you suck. But I wouldn't want to do it. Like, back when I played... By the way, Chad, are you proud of me? This is my match history. Oh. 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 Yes. How do you check old stuff? They changed the fucking UI. Okay, there it is. When was the last time I played properly? 2020? Yeah. I played a total of 36 different champs in ranked. Because I just can't play the same champ over. This is like the most I can do. Is like maybe a third of my game, of my games. This was the season I played the most. This was the first season I got to Diamond. I started the season playing jungle, then I played top, then I played support. It would make you play Udyr in full clear 24/7? I don't think he would. I'm not good on champs like Udyr. And I think that's very easy to see. I'm good on champs that have great engage tools. Yeah, I'd probably be pretty good on the new Skarner. I was really good on Jarvan. Played every lane in ranked? Yeah, pretty much. Everything except ADC. Yeah, back when I played, it was top laners and junglers with good engage tools, and peel supports were what I was best at. Thoughts on Mbessa? She's really fun to play. I don't think I'd be very good on Rakan. I haven't played him very much, but I'm not good on engagers that can't do anything by themselves. Like I've never been particularly good at like evaluating the perfect moment for my teammates to follow up and engage. But I'm very good at stubbornly engaging on an enemy that's out of position. So stuff like Jarvan, stuff like Gnar, what else? Yeah, stuff like the new Skarner would probably be good. Stuff like Maokai. Zach. Yeah. Anyways. Did you like enchanters? I didn't enjoy playing them, but I thought they were fucking broken. The champ I've had the most fun playing in my life is Trundle support. Like, it's not even close. Trundle support is by far the most fun champ in the game. But he got so fucking gutted. Like, I remember being a fucking Trundle support enjoyer when his pillar base cooldown was like 16 seconds. Trundle wiki. And now it's 24 at rank 1. Wait, it's still 16 at rank 5. What's the fucking change history? Oh yeah. Dude, like this change fucking gutted Trundle support. It basically did nothing to Trundle outside of support, but it completely gutted Trundle support. Like, the difference between a 46% slow and a 60% slow is massive. And on Trundle support, you max pillar first, so this change didn't really do anything. I think this was when I played him, this version. 50% slow, 14-second cooldown. But I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever played the 11-second cooldown version of him. That shit sounds fucking broken. Jesus Christ. Oh well. Glacial Augment, Trundle support is real. Yeah. Glacial Augment, Banner of Command, Rush, Trundle was like... Yeah. It was fucking goated. Well, technically it was Lucidity Boots into Banner of Command, but still. That shit was so fun. Because, like, if you see an enemy that's, like, ever so slightly out of position, you E them and they're just dead. Like, there's nothing they can do. 60%, like, a knockback into you and a 60% slow that prevents them from getting away, it was just too much. But then on top of that, you're doing Dragon, just put Pillar on the fucking bush, like, between the blue buff and the mid lane. Just put the fucking Pillar there, no one can get through. It's like Victor's W. Mace's W lasts longer? Yeah, but the range is a lot smaller. It's point and click. I mean, so is Trundle's Pillar. Like, missing Trundle's Pillar is actually just a skill issue. Because it has basically no cast time and no travel time. If you miss it, you're just bad. I missed it a lot because I'm bad, but, like, I'm aware it's a skill issue. Anyways, let's keep going with this.
She's good.
And
I like her, but I just don't think
making her
it's...
an X between remaining in place or swerving across the battlefield, making for a quick and unpredictable playstyle. With Clorinde, access is gained to healers who are able to counterbalance the duelist bond of life acquisition. This allows her to deal augmented...
Like, I'd put her above Risley. I don't know if I'd put her above Kanich, but... I mean, she's a good DPS. It's fine. I'm not mad. Do I think she shouldn't be higher than Xingqiu? Yes, but it's okay.
A tiny amount of risk.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
It's DPS list? No, it's not. They're about to be like, Zhongli! Oh, Hu Tao.
13. Hu Tao.
Come with me. I'm Hu Tao, Wang Sheng funeral.
Chat. You know what I'm about to do, don't you? See, my head kind of hurts. Maybe I don't want to do it today. Chat, what do you prefer, the Hu Tao bit or the Capiano bit? Well, what's better? What do you guys think? The good take bit? Alright, my bad. Most people say the Capiano bit. Capiano novelty bias, let's go.
Help you cross over.
I mean, Hu Tao's good.
Wang Sheng funeral
You're never gonna hear me slander Hu Tao.
Put people in the ground. But given
You'll hear me slander Hu Tao. Hu Tao is not even the best pyro pole arm from the... Actually, wait. What is my pyro pole arm ranking? Wait. I need to figure this out. How would I rank the pyro pole arms? Changeling is number 1. Arlecchino is number 2. Chevreuse is number 3. But who's number 4? I'm not actually sure. But I'm actually leaning towards Toma. Bro ranking a pig as number 3. Listen, one of them has to be good, you know? Like, we already have what fucking Hazo and then, like, Sarah. Like, Chevlers being good isn't really an endorsement of the police. Anyways, Hutao's probably above Toma still. Name one team where you would prefer Toma over anyone. There's not a lot of teams where Toma is, like, preferable, but there are a lot of teams where Toma is a strong alternative. Like, you can use him in Molani, you can use him in Kanich, you can use him in Wanderer, you can use him in... what else? I mean, Burgeon teams, obviously. Saying that Hutao is the worst powerful arm is very funny. Yeah, I think Hutao is better than Toma, but I think it's really funny to say Hutao is the worst powerful arm. Why does he hate Hutao so much? It's trauma from the amount of, oh my god, power creep takes from 1.2 or 1.3 when she came out that I had to fucking go through. It's because of the 300 tweet thread. Dude, I actually beefed with the person who made the 300 tweet thread before I learned of the 300 tweet thread around Hutao release. Because they were active in KQMTC. Or maybe in Wangchang Funeral Parlor. I'm not sure which one it was. One of the two. I think it was Wangchang. I'm not sure. The Hutao wife tweet? Yeah. Yeah, you know the ones. And if you don't know the ones, chat, trust me, you're better off not knowing. Like, you're better off not looking it up. Knowing what it is fine. It's just looking it up is just not worth your time. It's someone who is in a very intense parasocial relationship with Hutao.
She's one of the most potent pyro characters, it's more likely she's cremating her enemies. Her character is entirely
Holy shit, Tony
focused on
Toe,
those
my
high
goat.
destruction numbers, making her one of the most effective boss killers in Genshin Impact. What she lacks in diverse AoE abilities, she makes up for with stupidly
How about the
wonky damage.
rating of the rest of the element/weapon pairs? Are there any other pairs that have a lot of characters? I guess Hydro Catalysts? Nevilette, Molani, Kokomi, Mona, Barbara. This one's too easy, though.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
There's not a lot of Electro Swords. Animal Catalysts. Sucrose. Xianyun, Wanderer, Hazo. Arrow Sword? I don't know.
Adventure team, assemble!
Geo Claymore? There's not that many, but it's pretty... Actually, is it straightforward? Namia's number 1, but who's number 2? Is it Ito or Noelle now? Shilonen release has made it a lot closer than it used to be, okay? I think that before Shilonen release, Noelle was better. Now, I'm not sure anymore. It's probably still Noelle, but I think they're very close now. What are other combinations that we could take a look at? Pyro Bows, we can take a look at that next, sure. Here, Ayaka, Kaya, Lila, Chi-Chi. Is Layla better than Kaya? No, she's not. Sorry. I refuse. Pyro Bows? Are there even Pyro Bows other than... No, okay. I mean, Lenny, Yoimiya, Ember. Hydro Bow? Are there more than 2? Oh yeah, there's Sijuin. I always forget she exists. What is the Astral Mark? It's the favorite thing. But yeah, Yelon, Child, Sijuin. Pyro Claymores? Wait, this one's... Chat! Is Dea the best Pyro Claymore? In 2024? Shit, I think she is, man. Wait, that's kind of POG crazy. So Dea, Gumming, Diluc, Shinyan, probably. Shouldn't Diluc be above Gumming? Maybe? I don't know. They're both ass. You don't like Gumming? Now, I've never thought Gumming was particularly good. You go back to the Gumming pre-release that I did. I think I did. Did I do a dedicated Gumming pre-release? I think so, right? But yeah, if you go back to it, you'll hear me say Gumming is a character that can calc well, but there are so many things that can go wrong that he's just not going to feel very good to play for most people. What about the best cryo character? It's probably Risley. Ayaka is slept on. I disagree. I think Risley is slept on. I don't think he's great, but I do think he's pretty good. What about Rosaria? What teams is Rosaria actually used in, though? Gaming Melt? Bro. 1618? Sure. I guess. Gaming Melt is good, no cap. It is good, but, like, it's also really fucking cringe. It's a very circle impact team that gets completely fucked if your energy economy gets, like, scuffed by enemies not being hittable anymore for a little bit. And that doesn't have any res shred, so you don't have a way to deal with high resistance enemies. Melt Gumming rotations when the enemy moves 3 micrometers to the right. Yeah, yeah. Like, it's a team that can perform well, but it's not a team I'd recommend to someone who's not willing to reset multiple times. Should we rank cryo characters from best to worst? That'd be interesting, chat. Let me know if I missed one, by the way. I definitely missed some, but who did I miss? You know? Alloy. I'm missing one. Risley. Okay. Huge. Alright. The best one is Risley. The worst one is Alloy. Everyone else is somewhere in between. Ayaka is definitely in between these two. Kaya is in between Ayaka and Alloy. Chongyun is between Kaya and Alloy. Chi-Chi. Okay, this one's hard. Is Chi-Chi better or worse than Chongyun? This is one of the most split opinions I've ever seen in chat. It feels like about half of you guys think she's better and about half think she's worse. I'm curious. Who's better? Chi-Chi, Chongyun. I wanna see what you guys think. Okay, it seems like it's not exactly 50-50. More like 60-40. About 60% of people think Chongyun is better. Can anyone explain what's good about Chongyun? Cooldown reduction. His C2 is really, really good. But it's on a character that's completely worthless outside of that. Chongyun used to be in national team. But, like, that's just because people were ass at the game. I remember in fucking, like, 1.4 or whatever, when 1010 made his video on National with Chongyun, and I was mauling because he was using Chongyun instead of Sucrose. Okay? Like, it was never better. People were just delusional. I think both of them can be made to function. Chongyun as a carry, Chi-Chi as a high healing option for teams that don't have a fourth slot that's set in stone. And both of them are pretty ass at their role. Chongyun's not a good carry, and Chi-Chi's far from the best healer anymore. Like, the best at healing. But I think I'd still put Chi-Chi slightly above. Just because if two characters are ass, like, I'd lean towards the support more than the damage dealer. But I think this is a very questionable one. Like, I think either way is completely reasonable. Alright, next up, Diona. Diona's definitely better than Chi-Chi. So the question is Diona better or worse than Kea? And this is an interesting question as well. Diona is a character that doesn't really have a team where she's great, other than Gumming Melt. Kea, on the other hand, is actually pretty damn good in Arlecchino Melt. When you look at suboptimal teams, however, Diona has a lot more options where she's a reasonable character to use than Kea. So I also think this is a relatively subjective one. Personally, I love balls, and so I'm gonna put Kea above Diona, but I think they're very close together. Ganyu. I'm scared. I'm scared of putting her somewhere because I feel like I'm gonna make people mad. I know where my heart wants to put her. My heart wants to put her here. But I don't know if I have enough justification to do that. Let's see if we have any Ganyu runs we can look at. Wow, these are not good results. Outside of the whale submission, a first side that's this slow? Fucking hell, that's bad. First side's supposed to be the fast one. Let's take a look. That's really funny. Could this have been one rotated? I wonder. I wonder if this could have been one rotated. I feel like it couldn't have. You just ignore Bennett Burst. They didn't have a choice. They had to choose between Bennett Burst or Pyro Hop from Xiangling, because the enemy just moved away. Energy generation mod check. Oh god. I will admit this is definitely not a particularly good gameplay showcase. Why didn't it take damage from the thing being broken? Did you not break it in time? Okay, let's look at the one that's let's look at one that's a little bit better executed. Oh, that's not good. Okay, maybe that wasn't better executed. Actually, it doesn't matter. Wait, no, it does matter. That's bad grouping RNG. But I don't think this could have been one rotated anyways, so... Yeah, this is a good start. Hmm. I'm curious how good the build is. So, it is Skyward. Eight roller flower. 7 roller feather. 7 roller sands. 7 roller goblet. Only 4 rolls on this. That's not that bad. La prise. These aren't great pieces, but they're not bad. I mean, outside of the circlet, I'd say they are great pieces. Circlet is good, the rest is great. Wait, what? Did I just see that right? Zyphos on Chiloden? That's very funny. Fully M Chiloden. That's fucking crazy, dude. Based as fuck, though. That makes sense. Honestly, like, that makes a lot of sense. For a shieldless team, having a EM crystallized build actually probably is the best way to play this team. I like it. Because you don't need the healing, because you have Bennett anyways. Okay, let's take a look at the other submission. It's Burn Melt. So this is not with Shilonen. Yeah, this is pretty fucking ass. I don't think we need to watch any more of this. Aware. I guess there's not a lot of Ganyu mains that submitted. Ganyu 5.1 Abyss. Maybe we can see some. Some submissions. What the fuck is that? I'd like to see a Shiloden clear. This is C6R1. That's not it. This will work. Is that Aqua? This is kind of a base team, honestly. I shouldn't laugh. That was sad, not funny. I really like this team, though. I kind of want to play it. A Ganyu team without Bennett is just... Like, a viable Ganyu team without Bennett is such a pleasant... Such a pleasant sight. This is Aqua. The 7 roller. 6 roller. 7 roller. But it's attack. Although I guess without Bennett, attack is better than EM. Okay. Have a build Ganyu if you want to try. Risley 2 if you want to compare. I'm actually kind of down. You can send me your account information in DMs. I'm down to do that now. That goblet is insane. Yes, it is. The 2FA code has been sent. Let me know when you receive it. What region is your account, by the way? EU? Alright. Bit annoying, but we'll survive.
Osmanthus.
Is that what you mean by built? What weapon should I use? Just Stuttering Pulse as a stat stake? Imanawas? I don't like that. Do not have a good Wanderers? It's not. We're gonna be low on attack, I think, if we use that. But it is good. Yeah, I'm a bit too worried about uptime on Shimanawas. Because you want to use your E as part of your setup. So I'll swap to Wanderers. It's annoying we don't have an. Wait, we do have an attack sense. That's good. Wait, huge. Because this team is gonna get a lot of EM from external buffs. Like a lot. Her rate is a little low, but there's not much we can do about that. We could just use Viridescent Hunt instead. Is that better? It might actually be better. Okay, this should be fine. This should be fine. Okay. Still not anywhere close to a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's a lot more reasonable. Okay. So we want Kilonin on Cinder City. Have enough. Nahida. Daya? Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Okay, we don't have the weapon I want, so I guess we'll have to use Fav. Technically, we could use Wolf's Gravestone. But too unreliable. Instructor. Dude. Joan will be fine, I guess. The disappointment in his face? Yeah. It's fine. Does this day have cons? Ooh, good question. Wait, unironically, this is a team where you do not want Daya C2. Okay, we're good. We're good. What does C2 do? It extends the skill duration. I guess you don't have to double E, actually. So it wouldn't actually matter.
Access denied. Make yourselves at home. Thorn of ice
I'll try Risley in the same team and then in a different team. I think that run was pretty okay for a level 60 Dea. What does Dea's level have to do with anything? You stole his goblet? Yeah, but he's still in a fine goblet. So it should be alright. You got unlucky with crit RNG? Did I, though? What?
Sharing my knowledge.
Look alive. Bring it.
Committed to memory.
It didn't fucking hit because it targeted the...
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Look alive.
Now. Stay cool and face your gift.
Bring it. Letting crave names echo.
Sharing my knowledge.
Buckle up. Bring it.
Grow.
It's relatively similar in clear time. Obviously, this is C1, so maybe it'd be a little slower otherwise. But, like, even then, I don't think this is a good Risley team. And this doesn't really work well as a Ganyu team.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide. Teamwork is dreamwork.
For more, please. Not bad. Have a safe trip.
We do not have Fav. That's on me. I didn't realize we didn't have Fav.
Everybody stand back.
Let's begin.
Fuck.
Let my name echo in song. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dream. Eat this.
Yeah, this is a lot faster, even with fucked rotations. Okay, I guess. I just realized that Raiden might not be on an EM build. He's definitely not on an EM build. Boy, what's the meaning of this? Cookie is though, but Cookie sucks!
The Temple of Wisdom.
Witness the power. Go wild. Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Lightning purify. Dissipate. Ring cutter.
This way, Trinity.
A bond is strong. Witness the power.
And obviously the GOAT team. Obviously the GOAT team. But yeah. Okay, I wanted to test the team properly. The Gunny team, before I passed judgment on it. Because I thought it was a really interesting idea. I have tested it. I'm passing judgment on it. It's ass. It's not that bad. But I definitely don't think it's good. So with that in mind, is it good enough to consider her above Kaya and Iona? Because again, right, you're looking at a relatively decent-ish carry, right? But neither Kaya nor Diona are carries. Kaya is a... Like, when you look at actual meta teams, Kaya is a strong teammate for Arlecchino team options, but a relatively unpopular one. And Diona is a relatively popular teammate to a bunch of different teams, but not a particularly strong one. Compared to that, Ganyu is just a decent carry. And that's pretty much it. She also can be played in Hyper Fridge, but she's just so much worse than the other options that I don't like it very much. I think I'm gonna put her below. Alright, Rosaria. So, Rosaria Arlecchino isn't really real. Which means that the teams where Rosaria is good are not as good as the teams where Kaya is good. But she is a contender for the best option in Gaming teams. However, she feels like ass to play. So we're gonna put her here. Charlotte. Charlotte is an interesting character because she's a pretty shitty option for Neuvillette teams, and that's kind of it. She doesn't really have other teams than Neuvillette teams. But Neuvillette teams are really fucking good. And Charlotte is arguably the best option for Neuvillette teams. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Farina's better. Or Lila's better. She's one of the better options. 2-second clear with Arlecchino. Personally, I just don't have it in me to put Charlotte particularly high. Despite her synergy with Neuvillette. Because I don't think she's actually that good in Neuvillette teams. So I think I'd put her here. Charlotte is way better than Chi-Chi. I heavily agree with that. 100%. This isn't a tier list, by the way. This is cryo ranking. This is not ranked yet. Ayla is this one's difficult. Because she is a pretty bad carry. But how bad? She's worse than Ganyu. Worse than Chongyun. So here's the thing, right? I think that the fastest non-whale, like non-hyper invested Chongyun runs will generally be faster than the fastest Ella runs. But it's not because Chongyun is particularly good. It's just because no one would submit Ella National. Whereas people would submit Chongyun National. So I don't think that necessarily makes Chongyun a better unit. I am actually kind of curious, though. We can take a look. Generally, people that actually play her are people that have her hyper invested, though. So there's going to be some confirmation bias. Yeah. This is a really slow 12-2 and 12-3, but a relatively decent 12-1. That makes sense. You can take a look at it. Kave Bountiful. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, wait, I want to see both halves now. Okay. I need to see the Raiden build at the end of this. Is this EM5 Raiden? Because if so, that's fucking base, dude. Holy shit. We're at 123. R3 Skyward Fight. But this is not EM, right? Damn. I'm guessing you just sorted by crit, right? Yeah. Just to proc the fav. That's fine. Definitely should be on TOM, though. That's for sure. Wait. What did you do? Lil bro accidentally did the fucking normal attack version of Nilo. I can't. Oh, he did it again, dude! Ah! No charge? Yeah, they're using Singto. Can't charge attack. Saj. Oh. This is sad, man. This is real sad. Oh, this is not it. Oh. Oh no. I wonder if Kave is the best non-Geo character at destroying that shield. Okay, please stop using normal attacks. I am going to lose it. Because Kave has a fast plunge animation. And he's a Claymore character. Hey, Chad, this is kind of a good clear. Chad, is Kave better than I gave him credit for? any other Dendro would be better than him in this team. I mean, that's not true. Which Dendro character would be better here? You can't use Nahida because you need a healer. Yao Yao wouldn't be better. Baiju doesn't have any AoE whatsoever. Why is Nahida not instead of DMC? Probably because they don't have her, if I were to guess. Bro is funneling that energy. Holy. Omega 5. You should definitely start hitting the one on the right now. Yeah. Good. Could have early swapped to make it a little bit faster, but it's fine. I guess it's not actually that big of a deal that you're not getting the right Nilo thing. Because since you don't have Nahida, you don't have enough Dendrop to really take advantage of it anyways. Oh no. Oh no. I'm assuming the Nilo skill they're doing is intentional. Well, sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't, so I doubt it. Like here they did it. If they always did it the same way, I'd be like, okay, maybe. But I don't think that's the case. The Kave unplayable without Nilo, that is not new. That's not something we weren't aware of already. That was kind of slow. I wonder if this is the only Kave submission we got. No, it's not. Kave Curry is faster. That's funny. That's very funny. Wait, is that C2 Nilo? Wait, I didn't realize. That's not the good builds category then. What the heck is going on? Okay, yeah, this is a missubmission. I got scammed. Kame sucks. I was right. I shouldn't have questioned myself. That was an awful run for C2R1 Nilo. I thought it was C0. I was like, well, that's kind of a reasonable clear. No, it's not. It's R0? Oh, my bad. Still. Anyways, I'm gonna put her here. Whatever. Lila! So. Lila is a reasonable option for Neuvillette teams. But she is noticeably worse than the alternatives. I don't think there's any team where she's, like, that high in your team options. Maybe Wanderer, but I think the setups to make her good are kind of scuffed. So I think I'd put her here. The biggest issue I have with Lila, that's something that I've noticed playing Lila on other people's account, is that her shield uptime just feels really low. With a lot of carries, if you don't swap directly from her to your carry, your shield uptime runs out before your carry uptime is over. And then if you take damage, because unlike Diona, Lila doesn't have any healing, that damage is permanent and it feels like ass. Shenhe! Shenhe is definitely top 3 cryo unit. I am not sure if I would put her above or below Ayaka. I think people tend to overestimate the value of Shenhe's quills and underestimate the value of her res shred and damage percent buffs. In most teams, her res shred and damage percent buffs actually give you more team DPS than the quills do. Like, I was fucking flabbergasted when I was doing Chaska calcs, and I added the quills in, and it increased the team DPS by, like, 3%. I was like, huh? What the fuck? That's so ass! The main thing that's preventing me from putting Shenhe too high is that while on one hand she is a support character, which means she could have synergy with future cryo carries, I don't think she's a very good dedicated support. Comparing her to what you get out of Farazan, for example, she's ass. Like, she's a straight ass compared to Farazan. And so, I think it's very possible they release another dedicated crowd support in the future that's just going to be better than her. And even if it's not a dedicated cryo support, the things that she provides are small enough that even a good generic support can outshine her. She doesn't have the ChesseBurgers and Farazan effect of actually justifying her niche status with just a fuck ton of power. Finally, she's not very good in Hyper Fridge, so she's not as good as Ayaka. True! Okay, next. You know what, let's actually keep Mika for last. Femine is just gonna be below Hello. Like, whatever. Sure. Mika! Okay. Let's talk about Mika for a second. Okay? Okay, chat. 22% attack speed, up to 50% damage percent, and 60% crit damage is actually really good. However, no one gives a shit. Ella doesn't really benefit much from the attack speed, or that much from the damage percent. And then the damage percent is reliant on you being in AoE situations. It's a lot less than single target. It only applies to active character, which means if you have to swap, you lose it. But unironically, if Yoimiya was a physical unit, Mika would be the fucking GOAT. Like, if you had an equivalent to Yoimiya as a physical unit, Mika would make her insane. And so, Mika has... Sorry, it's this one. Mika has room to grow in the future. Physical official? No, it has to be a unit that actually does damage. Like, if they made a unit similar in design to Yoimiya, a ranged physical carry that is normal attack based, and that is actually doing like good damage, Mika would actually be really fucking good for them. Only at C6, but still. I think that we're gonna see a physical carry that makes Mika better long before we're gonna see a physical support that makes the physical carries we currently have better. And because of that, I actually think that Mika is a relatively underrated unit, at least when it comes to his future potential. I will put Mika above Charlotte, below Ganyu. But I think he has the potential of going up to maybe even here in the future. I was assuming Hoyo is even wanting to release anything physical related. Why wouldn't they? It took years for good geo units, and yet we got them. Like part of the marketing strategy in Genshin is not giving us what we want for a long time to build up anticipation. Like, you already know how crazy Twitter's gonna go for the first Hydro Claymore we get. You saw how crazy they went for Kave on the banner for his first rerun. Like, building anticipation by intentionally not giving a specific thing doesn't mean just because we haven't gotten it in a really long time doesn't mean we'll never get it again. It's possible we'll never get it again, but I don't think it's a particularly good hint that we'll never get it again. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back, chat. Guards! Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking guard work. Holy. So I kind of want to play Arlecchino Kea now. We're not gonna do Petra because I don't hate myself that much. What happened to Zajef's Mojo reaction? We're not done yet. We'll get it over with at some point. Don't worry. What do I do here? I want to do something different. I've played a lot of ChesseBurgers already. Could I do gumming? Gumming double hydro? Like this? I don't know if it'll be good enough though. But I can give it a shot. This is kind of ass though. This. We can go Elegy. And Farina on Fav. We'll give the... Shit. Farina can't be on Fav. I need one more Fav. Because I need 2 Favs on the... I guess maybe I don't need 2 Favs here. No, I do. Definitely do this. Which means my gumming is going to struggle with ER. I probably need some pieces that have more ER in substats. I guess hopefully this will be fine. 130. Maybe a little tight, but probably should have started with the E, but whatever.
Transfix. Go in.
Dodge this. Oh, so sorry.
Laid bare. Let's light it up. Everybody stick.
Don't get frostbite.
Oops, I fucked up. That's fine.
Transfixed. Teamwork is
Freeze. This world will be frozen.
Does Kara need to be C6? Kinda, yeah.
Things are about to get dicey.
seize the sky.
Mighty mythical beast. Congratulations.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Here comes the cash. No. Quietly now.
Skyward.
Yeah, not having Favs is noticeable.
Many happy returns.
One fav would probably have been enough, but whatever.
Bring it. Everybody stand.
Freeze. Oh, I'm so sorry. Laid bare.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Why does this feel better than the other Alakino teams? You know what? K is the GOAT. I shouldn't question it. I shouldn't question it. I'm happy with this.
So. Got it. So.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo in
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
seize the skies.
So. Many happy returns. Ta. Ja. So. So. Ja. Ja. So. Ja. Ha. So. Up, ja.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Game's up. Fun is over.
Make way.
So. Ja. Ja. Up to it, Manzai. So. Ta. 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 So. Ja. 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 Ta. Ja. Ta. So. Ja. Ja.
Strike a pose.
Gotcha.
So. Ta. Ha.
Probably should have just put him on fav, like gumming himself, but it's fine.
Overruled. Everybody stand back.
Cool. This one will be frozen.
I want good grouping RNG.
Bring it. Going in. Let's light it up.
Dodge this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Like, we can definitely one rotate if we get good grouping RNG.
Laid bare.
Everybody stand back.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite. Sorry, pal.
Shower me with praise.
Busted.
Let my name echo in song. Strike a pose.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Skyward. Strike cloud converge.
So. Many happy returns. So. Ja. So. Ja. Ta.
Skyward.
Right.
Fucking Cardis. My bad. That's on me. Fuck!
Shower me with praise. Let my name be known.
Quietly now. Here comes the cat.
Yeah, Skyward. Seize the skies.
Up to it, Manzai.
That's not bad, chat. That's not bad. We take those. I will say, chat, the early keto team with K is fucking goated. Holy fuck. It's so nice. What the hell?
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen.
Lay to bed. Bring it. I'm going in.
Cool it.
Yeah, that's kind of fucking goated, man. Holy shit. K on Noblesse? No. And K on Noblesse would not be optimal, because you want Noblesse on Bennett. Two Girls is better in this slot? I disagree. Hard disagree. No instructor on Bennett? You can't proc it. K is the one triggering a reaction. But ER might be too low if you put him on instructor. The optimal play is Petra Kea, but that's fake as fuck. Actually, you can probably do Petra Bennett Noblesse Kea. Wait. Yeah, you definitely can, because the rotation is this.
Overruled. Let's light it up.
Wait, Petra Bennett is definitely doable, actually. What's the highest amount of ER I can get on a 4-piece Petra? I know I have a really good flower. You get a staggering 3 seconds of Petra uptime? I mean, it's gonna be more than that. Because you do Bennett into Kea into Arlecchino. I don't have any ER sends. This doesn't have a lot of ER. This has a fuck ton of ER though. And I don't even have an ER substat for these. Same for this. It's gonna be low as fuck on the ER, but I still want to give it a shot.
your time. Everybody stand.
Dodge this. Oh, so.
Transfixed. I'm going in.
This one will be frozen.
Overruled. Bring it. Let's light it up.
Cool it.
Did he pick the crystal? I don't know if I did, but it doesn't really matter. Because it's either Bennett Petra, Kea Noblesse, or Bennett Noblesse, Kea Emblem. But like, Kea's not doing a lot of damage anyways, because you need a fuck ton of ER.
Teamwork is tricky.
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
That was ass. Oh, whatever.
Laid bare. Bring it. Why do they never miss?
Dodge this.
Everybody stand.
Oh, so. Cool it.
I'm going in.
Freeze. This one will be frozen.
Oh, this is fucking great. I love it, dude. I'm down to see. Down to see if we can one rotate this. For our res, that's fine.
Overruled. Bring it.
We can't pick up the Petra Crystal, unfortunately, but that's fine. We didn't crit on our melt. We can still one rotate it. Even without critting on our big hit, which is the first melt, still one rotatable. Not bad. Friendship ended with Candace. True! Is this viable with Rosaria? Not really, no. Every patch we discover a new team for Arlecchino when she's such a simple character. I mean, we knew about this with Kazuha, and it's gonna be very similar with Kea. Like, it's not really a new team, but... it makes sense that the Shilonen version is really nice, because one of the big downsides of the Kea version, or the Kea of Meld Arlecchino teams beforehand, was that you had to sacrifice VV uptime in order to set up your Kea properly. And that's not the case anymore, because Shilonen uptime is longer. Yeah, I wonder if we have any submissions with Kea. Probably, right? Come on. There we go. Not with Arlecchino. Yeah. Saj. I'm kind of curious what time I could get if I did the try-hard version of this. Should we try? I'm down. We'll just do something that's straightforward on the other side.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
No crit, that's kind of ass.
Overruled. I'm going in.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
I don't think we can one rotate the first wave.
Transfixed. Let's light it up. Bring it. Everybody stand.
Freeze. This moment will be frozen.
Fuck. The power resistance makes it harsh. If the pyro one was a second one, we'd be fine.
Overruled. Teamwork is strength.
Don't get frostbite.
Why are we allergic to critting our first hit, by the way? Any knowers in chat?
Laid bare. Bring it. I'm going in.
Oh, so sorry.
We can definitely finish off the first wave and kill the second wave with our second rotation, as long as we set it up properly.
Transfixed. Adventure time. Let's light it up. Teamwork.
I don't know why I did that.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
I fucked that up. I'm not even in fucking... We can definitely do better.
Overruled. Off we go. Bring it. Everybody stand.
Freeze. This moment will be frozen.
Ah, c'est fucking calice de tabarnak! Anyways.
Laid bare. Let's light it up. Teamwork is strength.
Oh, so sorry. What's that?
Transfixed. Bring it. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen.
I'll try this.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Why didn't my charge attack work?
Laid bare. Bring it. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen.
We can do, like, I know we can get a, like, 9:15 left. With a good RNG.
Everybody stand back.
Oh, so sorry.
Laid bare. Bring it. I'm going in.
Cool it.
It's a fucking tabarnak, man.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen.
Overruled.
It's cringe because we leave it with like fucking 10% HP left, but we still have to wait for the fucking thing.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
Let's light it up. Everybody stand.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Um,
Freeze. Don't get frostbite.
Might. Laid bare. I'm going in.
This moment will be frozen.
Transfix. Bring it. Teamwork is
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
overruled. Everybody stand back.
Freeze. This moment will be frozen.
Transfixed. Teamwork is strict.
Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
if it did that attack 1 second later,
Overruled.
that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Transfixed. Venture. Bring it. Everybody stand back.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
Overruled. Let's light it up.
Freeze.
Transfixed. Bring it. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen.
It runs outside of Bennett Burst and it dodges my Kea thing. Concentrated beasts are just so fucking cringe, dude. Like, you know what? I'll just do this.
Everybody stand back.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
I shouldn't have done that.
Transfix. Bring it. I'm going in.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry.
Lay the bed. Everybody stand.
Freeze! This moment will be frozen.
You know what? That was good. That's good enough. I give up. I give up on getting a perfect 2 rotation thing. 3 rotations slightly slower is fine. That was 46?
Time to shine.
Solidify. Wind strike.
The tides beckon. Silence. Settle down. Stabilize.
Shower me with praise. Let the world
Peace.
Why did I do that? I don't know. It's fine.
Bow your head.
Wind strike.
Gather.
strike a pose.
Silence.
Wind strike.
Settle down.
Alright. How fucked is my energy here? Omega fucked. Okay. That's really bad.
Overrule.
Actually, you know, we're fine.
So sorry.
Transfixed. Bring it.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
31. We can do faster. We can definitely do faster.
Lay the bed. Everybody stand.
I missed.
Transfixed. Going in. Let's light it up.
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
29? Don't think we'll get much faster than that.
Solidify. I will have order.
Let my name echo
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head.
Why did I do that?
Settle down. This is order. Gather.
time to shine.
Wind strike.
The tides beckon. Bow your head.
actually.
Bring it! Everybody stand back!
Cool it. Don't get frostbite.
Fuck. It's hard, man. It's not hard, actually. It's just RNG as fuck. Fuck! Keep clicking on the wrong card. It's just RNG as fuck. What the?
Going in!
This one will be frozen.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Transfixed! Bring it!
Cool it.
Going in!
Oh, so sorry.
Let's just get a baseline. 26. We can definitely do faster, though. For now, 26. Let's try to get below 100. So 24 or less.
Everybody stand!
This one will be frozen.
So 20 should be doable with good RNG. Yeah, but I don't want to reset until I get that RNG.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Don't get frostbite.
Never mind, we got 20. Alright, huge! We got a sub 100, POG. So that's a 95 second clear. And in the good builds category, we only have three submissions that are faster. That's kind of POG.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Où est ton papa? Dis-moi où est ton papa? Submit and dab on them. True! Yours was tryharding? Yeah, it was tryharding for sure. Actually, it kind of wasn't. Like, I got my fastest clear on Chamber 1 when I gave up and started... And just said, you know what, fuck it, I'll just fucking get it over with. That was my 46. Like, does it really... Like, yes, I did a lot of resets. But the run, my fastest run was the one where I just said, whatever, fuck it, let's just get it over with. Like, does that really count as tryhard? I don't know. Monsieur, c'est tout, on aurait hérité, c'est sa faute, tu sais, son pouce quoi. Et nous, c'est caché, ça doit. But this thing is so fun to play.
Everybody stand!
Oh, so sorry.
And it's really good. It really is a fucking good team, man. Holy shit. My goat. It's been a while since I went to see Masanori. Would you need C6K for it? Yeah. Unfortunately, the Quiro application, when Kaya is not C6, doesn't line up with Arlecchino. It only starts lining up at C6.
Let me try it. I'm ready.
Let me just get rid of this, if I'm not cheating. And I'll wait for him to heal back up properly.
Bring it. Teamwork is dreamwork. Frostbite.
Midnight Masanori who? We one rotated both phases of Midnight Masanori. POG. Huge.
Everybody stand.
Dodge this. This one will be frozen.
Okay. This is fun. Wait, what if I... I'm not gonna break my record, right? I hope not.
Bow before me, worm. Freeze. Don't get frostbite. Sure.
Let's light it up.
Insignificant pest.
Laid bare. That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Dodge this. I am the all-knowing God. Burn to oblivion.
Vent.
Fuck. I goofed a little.
Good riddance, cruel world.
Let's light it up.
Freeze. Not possible.
Bring it. Everybody stand.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen in time. I was destined for more.
Did I not have Bennett buff? I think I didn't have Bennett buff. I think I hid before the Bennett buff kicked in. Because if my N3 does 197k, my N1 should do a lot more than 350k. So I think I fucked up. Oh well, who cares? Just try again? I don't wanna. Try against Raiden? I could. Sure. I can like just play the I won't do a proper thing against Raiden, but I am down to just play the team against her. See if we can kill her before. I mean, we definitely can kill her before the shield, actually. What am I yapping about? Not if that happens. The fuck is wrong with me? I got staggered out of my N2. So I ended up swapping off of Shalonen without doing the N2. Which is fucking stupid. Don't do that, chat.
Teamwork is strength.
Freeze.
Evasion is futile.
Ah, fucking Carlos. Ah, sit fucking Carlos.
The eye sweeps the land. I'm going in.
This moment will be frozen in time.
That's
Well, whatever. I didn't get the meld, but it's enough to kill her anyways. Whatever, man. I wonder if I can one-rotate the second phase. I definitely can, actually. Looks one-rotatable. I don't think I can one-rotate the boss itself. Maybe if it, like, didn't move. But we can definitely one-rotate while it's down, I think.
inferior. Witness my eyes. Laid bare.
I missed my E. I see. That's quite annoying.
Evasion is futile.
But it's fine. This boss is just a fuck ton of stalling anyways.
Inferior. Strike dead. Let the mountain's veins boil. The eye sweeps the lands. Transfixed. Let's light it up. Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
Oh.
This body is eternal. Let's light it up. Ruin everybody follows my blade.
I guess. That was ass, but whatever. It'll work. It's fine. Good enough. I can't believe I got converted to Petra Bennett today, dude. What's wrong with me?
Off we go. Transfix. Yeah, teamwork is
Cool it. This one will be frozen.
I'm fucking tilted right now.
overruled. This is where you fall. Laid bare. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Freeze.
Let's light it up.
I want a boss that doesn't move, but that's tanky. Maj. I guess we can use this boss. But it does too much damage. Simon isn't tanky enough. You chose her, like, you know, build her. Right now, her attack is really high because she's still in Bennett buff, but... There we go. Actually, might still have noblesse. Am I exactly on 2500? Really? That's kind of funny. That's very funny. I never realized. But yeah, so we have this, which is okay. We have this, which is okay. We have this, which is okay. We have this, which is insanely good. And we have this, which is pretty damn good as well. I wonder if this would be better. It's one more roll, but it's attack, and there's already so much attack. Probably not. What's your ranking on Enka? Probably not that high, because I'm on Glad. Like, for a Glad build, this isn't the best build. If I had these stats on Whimsy, I'd be really fucking happy with it. But for a Glad build, it's kind of upper average. Anyways, chat, I think it's time to record the banner review. So if you want to say a nice little hi YouTube, that would be quite nice. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the patch 5.1 second half banner review. We're getting 2 reruns. We're getting Nahida and Hu Tao, along with Kuki, Sainto, and Sethos as the 4 stars. Weapon banner, obviously we have the signatures for Nahida and Hu Tao, and we have Favonius Warbow, Lion's Roar, Dragon's Bane, Eye of Perception, and a new Claymore, the Fruitful Hook. As usual, we're going to start by talking about some about the limited 5 stars that are on banner. I think we'll talk about Hu Tao first, because I have much more to say about Nahida than I do about Hu Tao. Hu Tao is a character that has gone through a lot of she's been on a roller coaster when it comes to how people perceive her to be, how strong people perceive her to be. Back when she was released, she didn't really have one team that stood above the rest. People played. Oh, back on her release, people tended to be worse at the game, so VV Vape wasn't that popular, but that was definitely the best team at the time. People tended to play double Geo with Albedo Zhongli. Later on, the release of Yelan made the default Hu Tao team that most people went for. Double Hydro instead of only Xingqiu. So Zhongli, Xingqiu, Yelan, and Xiangling, Xingqiu, Yelan were like the two main Hu Tao teams. But then relatively recently, Tianyun's release has given her the possibility to make use of Farina pretty well. And because she doesn't really have a great artifact set, using Farina also enables you to use Maréchaussée on her, which is really, really nice because, well, obviously Farina already gives a buff, but then on top of that, the buff you get from using an artifact set that gives you a lot more stats is pretty big. And then, very, very recently, this very patch, Shalonen's release has given Hu Tao another last slot in her teams that can enable Farina as a second Hydro option over Xingqiu Yelan. Right now, Hu Tao is in a pretty good spot in terms of power. But people don't perceive her to be as strong as they used to because of Arlecchino. Arlecchino is a character who is outside of the potential to die because she can't get healed. Generally going to perform better than Hu Tao. If you're looking at very difficult chambers with really high HP totals, Arlecchino's ability to have her Bond of Life carry over, whatever leftover Bond of Life on your first rotation carries over to the second rotation, which makes her DPS over multiple rotations higher than her DPS on the first rotation alone. But then on top of that, the fact that within one rotation, her damage is very front-loaded. Most of her damage happens in the first few attacks because, obviously, her damage scales with how much Bond of Life she has, and she loses Bond of Life when she attacks. So, at the very beginning, when she has the most Bond of Life, is when she does the most of her damage. That means that when things go wrong, when your setup takes a bit longer because you had to dodge, because the enemy's moved, anything like that, Arlecchino's ability to front-load a lot of her rotation's damage means that she doesn't get punished as much from those kinds of situations. Hu Tao, on the other hand, is very, very straightforward in her rotations. She's very inflexible, I guess. Once you swap to her, you can't swap out, which is not the case for Arlecchino. And because of that, Hu Tao has somewhat fallen out of favor with the general player base in the past few months. However, that doesn't mean that Hu Tao is bad. There's two main points that I want to emphasize when it comes to Hu Tao for this rerun. Number one is people tend to overestimate the difference between carries that are better than one another. And just because Arlecchino is arguably overall better than Hu Tao, it doesn't mean that Hu Tao is unplayable. It's very far from that, actually. Hu Tao is still a fairly strong unit. That's the first thing I want to emphasize. And the second one is despite both of them being pyro polearm normal / charge attack focused carries, it is actually very possible to play both of them without unit overlap. And so a direct comparison between Hu Tao and Arlecchino isn't really that relevant. For example, the two Arlecchino teams that I've enjoyed the most lately have been Arlecchino, Bennett, Shilonen, Kea, and Shilonen, Zhongli. Although I have also played in the past Arlecchino Zhongli, or sorry, Kazuha Zhongli, Zhongli Shangling, Kazuha Shangling. And as it turns out, Hu Tao's arguably best team has no unit overlap with all those Arlecchino teams whatsoever, right? Yalon and Singto being usable here, but if you want to play a Vape Hu Tao team, or sorry, if you want to play Vape Arlecchino, you can do something like this, or the other way around. All this to say, just because two units are carries of the same element doesn't mean that they're necessarily great comparisons between one another. If anything, I'd say that Hu Tao has a lot closer of a comparison to a character like Al-Hytham, who actually has a strong incentive to be played with Singto, despite Al-Hytham being another element entirely. Or even Xiao, because of Xiao's synergy with Shanyan and Farina. I think people tend to get stuck on the element of carries when comparing them between each other, and I think in most situations the more relevant comparison is carries that use the same support, not carries of the same element. There's actually not that many situations where you absolutely cannot play a carry of a given element. There are some, don't get me wrong. Obviously, there's some enemies that are immune to elements. But they don't actually happen all that often. All in all, Hu Tao is a pretty solid carry. That's definitely in the upper half of carries. Who performs pretty well in pretty much any vape team, but is borderline unplayable in teams that aren't vape. But, yeah. The next up, we can talk about Nahida. I think Nahida is one of those units that people tend to forget about. Not that they think Nahida is bad, but the fact that Nahida has gotten so little support in recent months / even years at this point, while there have been characters that can use Nahida in some of their teams, I don't think there really have been any characters who have been reliant on Nahida pretty much since Sumeru. Clorraine is probably the closest one to it. But even then, she's not actually 100% reliant on Nahida. She has she has team options that don't use her. Because of that, people kind of tend to forget about her. Because it's pretty much been years since she's been relevant for a new character. However, as it turns out, she was already very strong on her release, and I definitely do not think Nahida is a character that has been overshadowed by recent characters. Teams that use Nahida are still very strong, and Nahida is still a very strong option. In some of the newer characters' teams, like Molani, she's viable. But in the team options that we had on her release, or around her release in Sumeru, she was and is still quite strong. One of the things that I like the most about Nahida is that the teams that you can make with her tend to be teams that can reach the Abyss DPS thresholds with very little investment compared to other teams. Both in terms of what units you have to pull for, and in terms of artifact investment. Which means that it makes it a lot easier to focus entirely on your other side. If we look at many of the strong characters that have been released in the past year and a half, outside of Molani, Clorraine, and Neuvillette, Bennett is really good with these carries. Bennett is great with Navia, with Arlecchino, with Risley, with Kanich. And being reliant on Bennett on one side, with pretty much any of those characters, means you can't use Bennett on the other side, which heavily reduces the amount of team options that aren't, or that don't rely on a bunch of 5 stars for your other side. And Nahida, pretty much by herself, fixes that potential issues for newer accounts. If you're someone who is a relatively newer account, you went for Arlecchino, maybe you got Kazuhana rerun, but you still don't have a great other side, Nahida is the sort of unit that can be very, very powerful. Or if you're starting your account now, in this banner, having Nahida for one of your sides makes it so that you pretty much already have one side out of the way, and you can go for carries and even weapons if you want to, entirely for the other side. Personally, I've been playing Hyperbloom a lot less these days because I've played Hyperbloom a lot in the past, and at some point you kind of get tired of it. And because most of the new characters, which are the new, shiny, exciting things, aren't really Hyperbloom units. So if I want to play the new, shiny, exciting things, that rules out playing Hyperbloom. But Hyperbloom is still one of the team archetypes I go for when I want to do a brainless clear on my account. And it still does quite well. Something that's very, very nice for Nahida on this banner is that the 4 stars are also really good for Hyperbloom. This banner is honestly not that great for longtime players. A lot of longtime players either already have Nahida or have pretty high constellation on their Singto already. So for longtime players, this isn't really the best banner, and you're not really going to get too much out of it. But for newer players that maybe don't have Singto constellations maxed out yet, don't have Kuki or don't have her C2, being able to get Nahida while building up your Singto cons and your Kuki cons on the way is an insanely efficient way of improving your Hyperbloom teams. Speaking of which, let's start talking about Kuki. Oops. So, Kuki is a character that's not entirely exclusively used in Hyperbloom, but really mostly used in Hyperbloom. She is technically also a viable option in ChesseBurgers teams if you need healing, as well as a decent option in Quicken teams, whether they're Aggravate or Spread teams, if you, again, need healing. Hyperbloom aside, she mainly sees play in Al-Hytham teams that are Quicken teams. But really, the main place you're gonna see her is in Hyperloom teams. Chat, stop fucking yapping about that shit! Jesus Christ! You're distracting me! I'm trying to record a video here! Am I gonna have to record off stream? Maj! Anyways, as I was trying to say. Kuki in Hyperloom teams is a more defensive focused option. When you look at default Hyperloom stuff, because Hyperloom only scales with EM, and because it scales quite well with EM, and the EM is doing a lot for you, having to sacrifice EM main stats tends to make your Hyperloom teams a lot worse, which is the main reason why the better Hyperbloom triggers tend to be the ones that can trigger it with their skill rather than their burst. Not having to build any ER makes your rotations a lot easier to execute. That's why the main off-field Hyperbloom triggers are Kuki and Raiden. And so between Kuki and Raiden, who is the better one, Raiden offensively is much better. She gives you a burst damage buff, which is going to be useful for Singto, for Yelan if you're using them. And she gives you faster Hyperbloom triggers by hitting with Electro more often. However, in exchange for that, she doesn't have any defensive utility. Kuki, on the other hand, has lower uptime. Her skill base duration is 12 seconds. With constellations, it goes up to 15, which technically is 100% uptime if you use it off cooldown, but unless you're playing a team that can swap as much as it wants. If you're playing any Hyperloom team that uses a dedicated on-fielder, if you're using something like Kutsing, Clavine, Sino, Alhaitham, you're not really going to be able to have 100% uptime on this. You'll have to sacrifice uptime even with C2. But in exchange for that, you get healing. The amount of healing is okay. It's single target only healing, so it's only for the active character, which means that Kuki's not the best character at stacking your fanfare if you're playing her with Farina. But it is good enough that you will get some fanfare stacks. It's not going to be completely worthless. Overall, her constellations make a pretty big difference. The difference between C0 and C6 Kuki is noticeable. But the biggest, I guess, the biggest benchmark is C2. C2 increasing skill duration by 3 seconds is a massive deal. That's 2 more procs of your Hyper Bloom, which is really, really nice. And 2 more procs of healing. C1 increases the burst AoE, which doesn't really matter too much. It's fine. It's not useless, but it's not a particularly big deal. C2 is the skill duration, which is really nice. C3 is skill level. This isn't entirely useless. A lot of people might see this and be like, well, she scales with, like, if you're playing her in Hyper Bloom, you're building her full EM. So she's not doing much damage. But as it turns out, even including the fact that her EM increases the amount she heals from her skill, the base healing increasing based on her HP, even if you're not built full HP, still actually makes a difference on your healing between C2 and C3. Alright, C3 is a little bit more healing. This is going to be especially noticeable in Farina teams where actually maxing out your HP, like fully healing your character, procs Farina's Ascension passive, so it's a lot more important to have slightly better healing. But even in other teams, it is a nice little constellation, even if it doesn't do too much. C4 gives you a little bit of additional Electro App. It's alright. It's a nice constellation. C5 is burst level, which is not particularly good. And then C6 makes her invulnerable when she dies up to once every 60 seconds. Technically, it also buffs her, but you're not going out of your way to trigger this, so the buff doesn't really matter too much. Because Kuki damages herself when using her skill, having something that prevents her from dying is actually a really big deal. Her healing doesn't kick in until the first tick of her skill after the cast, and unless you're using your burst, you'll be swapping out before that happens, which means you're going to sacrifice HP, but you're not going to heal it back up. That means you're going to end up pretty low HP, and that makes it very easy to die. Personally, I tend to die more when I have Kuki on my team, because Kuki dies, than I do when I have Raiden on my team without a healer. Obviously, that's going to depend on... That's not going to be the case for everyone, but that is something that is still worth a mention. That I don't have C6 Kuki, so yeah, aware. All in all, Kuki is definitely one of the better 4-star characters. And because a lot of people are averse to the idea of pulling for Raiden just for Hyperloom, and also just because having Kuki means you won't have to pull for a 5-star to enable your Hyperbloom. You'll be able to make your Hyperbloom work without having to spend wishes on an additional 5-star character. She is an incredibly valuable character for especially newer accounts. But she's also pretty good for older accounts as well. Next, let's talk about Sethos. Sethos is truly a character of all time. It's very hard for me to give a particularly in-depth assessment of Sethos. I have played him very little because he's not leveled on my account because I cannot be fucking bothered exploring Sumeru Desert and getting his fucking Ascension materials. They're a massive pain in the ass to get and I just don't wanna. Sethos is playable in few different teams. Pretty much only Dendro teams. Generally, it's going to be either Quick Bloom or Aggravate teams. He is honestly reasonably strong. The difference between having his constellations and not having them is pretty big, so C0 Sethos tends to perform a little bit worse, let's say. But even at C0, because Aggravate teams are so heavily carried by Fischl being broken, he's still very playable. Sethos is one of the carries that tends to be the most difficult to play well, though. So that's something to keep in mind if you're thinking about going for him. Actually playing Sethos well is difficult. The payoff for that is also not really all that high. If you're okay with that, he's fine. But really, I don't have that much to say about him. He's a fine character that is a little bit more difficult to play than most other characters. And that rewards you with a pretty average payoff. Finally, we have Xingqiu. You may already know what I think about Xingqiu. And if you don't, this is probably your first video that you're watching on my channel. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you go down and press the subscribe button. Leave a like, comment, all the good YouTube stuff. Heck yeah. Xingqiu was very good. Xingqiu is a character who, before taking into account comparisons with other characters, just giving a base description of what he does and the sort of stuff he enables, he's a good off-field Hydro Applicator that has reasonable personal damage. But more importantly, that has an insane amount of Hydro Application, which is going to be incredibly useful in teams where either you desperately want to keep a Hydro Aura, or in teams that reward you directly for triggering Hydro reactions as often as possible. So basically, The former being vape teams, and the latter being hyperlim teams. What truly makes Singto a really, really strong unit is the fact that on top of that reasonable offensive damage and very, very good off-field hydro application, he also has very good defensive utility. He gives you decent resistance to interruption, as well as a very large amount of damage reduction, which reduces incoming damage by upwards of 40-something%. The main... Sorry, wait. With all of that being said, as much as it pains me to admit, Hoyle has acknowledged Singto. They have realized the abomination that they've created, and because of that, they have slowly but surely started to move away from characters that capitalize on his strengths. If you look at the list of recent characters, you'll see characters that can't use Singto because they don't do normal attacks. Characters that have some form of resistance to interruption, either directly in their kit or indirectly by having synergy with characters that give resistance to interruption, which completely removes the upside of that some of Singto's defensive utility. That aren't really that reliant on the reaction portion of their damage in vape. That don't attack fast enough, or that get actually punished by how good Singto's hydro application is, because it can steal their vapes. Or that heavily encourage specific characters or specific elements that are not what Singto gives. There's still some characters that synergize well with him. Grizzly. But there are a lot less. Because of that, while the teams that use Singto did not get any worse, the amount of team options that do not use Singto has increased. You have more and more options when it comes to teams that just don't really need or even want him. Singto is still very much the most important / impactful 4-star for an early account. However, when you start looking at accounts that are older, more and more of them are starting to have two teams that don't use Singto on either side. And so his overwhelming dominance in the meta is definitely winding down. Is Singto bad now? Fuck no. He's still the GOAT. Alright? Singto's still my GOAT. Alright? He's still really, really strong. And if you think Xingto's bad, you're just delusional. But he is a lot less important than he used to be. What are his constellations like? C1 is pretty much useless. It slightly increases the healing that he does, but his healing is not very good to begin with, and it doesn't increase it by that much. C2 is very nice, increases burst duration and shreds hydro res. C3 is alright, increases burst damage. C4 is situationally massive, but most of the time really not a big deal. It's really nice if you end up vaping your skill hits, but if you're not vaping them, then it's really not all that significant. C5, similar to C4, but just worse. And then C6 increases the amount of hydro application that you have and reduces his ER requirements, which is also really good. All in all, Xingto is still one of the best units in the game. So he's still the sort of character you're really happy to see on a banner, especially because he's one of the great 4-stars that actually benefits a lot from constellations. So unless you already have him at C6, he's a very welcome sight. So how good are these banners overall? Well, if you're planning on going for Hu Tao, you get Xingto with her, and Xingto is still very much a pleasant Hu Tao teammate. You don't necessarily need ever since Farina's release. There have been some good non-Xingto Hu Tao teams. Before Farina, Yelan by herself was a little scuffed to make work in solo Hydro, but Yelan plus Farina is more than enough. So Farina's release gave you some double Hydro team options that don't use Xingto. Personally, I still don't like them as much as the Xingto versions because the defensive utility is very valuable to me. But he's not necessary for Hu Tao anymore. But he's still nice to get in a Hu Tao banner. Kuki, Sethos, not great for Hu Tao, not really what you're looking for. With Nahida, if you are someone who really likes Sethos, getting Nahida constellations can be something to consider. Even though Sethos has teams that don't use Nahida with Kirara instead of Nahida as the Dendro option, Nahida is still viable in Sethos teams. But then outside of that, just if you're going for Nahida, Kugi and Xingto are obviously amazing options for Hyperloom teams. So very, very nice banner for that. Personally, I'm not going to go for either of these banners because I'm not interested in constellations on Hu Tao or Nahida. But if you care about constellations, we can very quickly go over the relevant things to say. Nahida's C1 basically doesn't exist. Nahida's C2 is very good. Nahida's constellations 3, 4, and 5 basically don't exist. And her C6 is pretty good. I think that, as far as I'm concerned, if your Nahida is at a constellation that is not 0, 2, or 6, I will look at you with surprise and disdain. If you got it by accident, that's fine, obviously. Like, just because you accidentally got C1 doesn't mean you should go for C2 necessarily. But if you, like, went out of your way to get, like, C3 Nahida, I'm very confused. Hu Tao has one constellation. If your Hu Tao is higher than C1, I'm also very confused by you. Hu Tao has some of the worst constellations past C1 out of any of the limited 5 stars. They're really bad. Don't go for them. If you are thinking about getting constellations, you're probably also thinking potentially about getting signature weapons and going for this weapon banner. We have the age-old C1 or Homa debate for Hu Tao. And the answer to that question has somewhat oscillated between the two in recent months. Shilonen's release made, Qianyun's release made Hu Tao's C1 a lot less valuable. But then Shilonen's release reintroduced C1 as a good option for her. Obviously, if you're playing Hu Tao in a Qianyun team, you're going to do jump cancels because you want to plunge, which means that the maintaining your stamina thanks to C1 doesn't really do anything because you don't really want to do dash cancels. But Qilonen being a replacement for Qianyun in the Hu Tao, Farina, Hydro, healer flex. Qilonen being a replacement for Qianyun in the healer slot there has made it so that if that's the team you're playing, obviously C1 is going to start mattering again. I would still probably lean towards Homa over C1. Mainly because Homa can also be used on other characters. But really, you can kind of go for either. Or both. I'd rather have a C1 or 1 Hu Tao than a C6 or 0 Hu Tao. Next, we have 1,000 Floating Dreams, and this weapon is ass. The buff that 1,000 Floating Dreams gives to your team is very, very low, or very, very small, right? The team buff that it gives is 40 EM, which is 2 substats. It's really small, which means that it's barely a support weapon, and it's more so a personal damage weapon. It gives a bunch of EM, and then either more EM or damage percent. It's actually a reasonable option on characters that care about EM when it comes to damage. Mainly with Molani's release, 1,000 Floating Dreams is generally up there as one of the best 5-star options that are not the signature. But there's no reason to go for this over Wolani's signature if you're looking for a weapon from Wolani. On Nahida herself, she doesn't tend to have all that much personal damage in her teams. Which makes 1,000 Floating Dreams really not that significant when it comes to how it impacts your team DPS. If you have it, it generally will be your best option, but by such a small margin that I very, very rarely would recommend it. Personally, I'm a Favonius enjoyer. I would, even if I had this, I'd probably leave my Nahida on Fav all the time. But that's just because I have a problem and I have an addiction, and yeah, there's something wrong with me. But yeah. Next, we have the 4-star weapons. We have Favonius Warbow, which is pretty good. It's a good Fav weapon, but unlike every other Fav weapon, Fav Warbow is given for free to everyone. You get it for free from one of the Mondstadt quests very early on. Which means that you're guaranteed to already have at least one. So unless you're going specifically for refines, or you need to have Fav Warbow on multiple characters, then it being on a banner isn't as impactful. But the refines are useful, and there are a decent amount of characters that use it, so it's still a relatively nice weapon to get, above average for bows. Lion's Roar is kind of ass. It used to be that the only attack percent substat swords back in 1.0 were Lion's Roar and the Flute, and as long as you could make use of the passive, Lion's Roar was a lot better than the Flute, because the Flute's passive is dog shit. But in Inazuma, we got another attack percent substat weapon for ER hungry characters, and then in Fontaine, we got another attack percent weapon. And here I'm talking specifically about craftables. We get another attack percent weapon that is just a bunch of attack as a stat stick, with a passive that isn't that difficult to, or with a trigger condition that isn't that difficult to fulfill. And basically, Amenoma and Finale of the Deep being added to the options for craftable weapons have made Lion's Roar's value completely plummet from 1.0 to today. I'd say that Lion's Roar is now one of the worst swords you can get on a weapon banner. Personally, I still use it because I use all of my sword prototypes on max refining my sapwood blade. And I don't want to waste, I don't want to spend all my billets on a minor upgrade, because I already have an R5 Lion's Roar. But honestly, even if I didn't have it fully refined, I wouldn't be happy to see it on a banner. Eye of Perception is dog shit. Technically, there are some Catalyst characters on which, as an offensive option, it's like reasonable, but it's never much better than reasonable. So, just don't. Dragon's Bane is best in slot on EM Raiden, POG. But jokes aside, Dragon's Bane is good on EM Raiden, but the refines don't matter. And then outside of that, it's a very good 4-star option for Hu Tao if you don't have her signature. Unlike Deathmatch, it doesn't give you crit rate, which means that if you're playing Hu Tao in a Farina team, where you're using her on Marie-José, it may be difficult to get a crit ratio that doesn't make you overcap if you're also using Deathmatch, because Deathmatch is a weapon that gives you low base attack, high substat, so it gives you a lot of crit rate, so it makes it very easy to overcap. Dragon's Bane doesn't have that problem, so if you have a high refined Dragon's Bane, that can be quite nice for Hu Tao. But that's kind of it. Raiden and Hu Tao are pretty much the only two characters on which Dragon's Bane is something you actually want. The other characters that can use Dragon's Bane would pretty much always rather use the catch. Right? Xiangling. Xiangling, Rosaria. Kind of it, really. Xiangling and Rosaria. Technically, if you're playing a Virgin team with Toma, Dragon's Bane is viable, but his ER requirements are generally really difficult to fulfill. Like I mentioned earlier when I was talking about Kuki and Raiden, and why they're the two characters that are mostly used for Hyperbloom teams, part of that is because their off-field application is not energy reliant, so you can focus on only building EM. With Toma, if you give him Dragon's Bane, his ER requirements are going to be really hard to take care of. Which means that generally you'd rather have him on Kitane Cross Spear, which is also an EM weapon. It gives you less EM, but in exchange it gives you a bunch of energy. Same if you're playing Candace and Nilo teams. Yeah. And then finally, we have the new upcoming Claymore, the Fruitful Hook. And this, for the first time in a pretty long time, is an actually good 4-star limited weapon. It's very situational. You don't want to use this on pretty much anyone other than Diluc and Gaming. And then on top of that, both Diluc and Gaming in the teams where you'd use this would use Maréchaussée, and then Gaming C6 gives them 20% crit rate, and Diluc has crit rate Ascension. So it's really, really easy to overcap from the crit rate on plunge attacks here. But if you manage to balance your build and to not overcap, Fruitful Hook is going to be the best 4-star option for Gaming and Diluc in those plunge teams. Even above Serpent Spine if you have it at high enough refine. As it turns out, 64 CV and 32 damage percent is an insane amount of stats. At R1 is not going to be better than High Refined Serpent Spine, but it's going to be at least competitive with R1 Serpent Spine. And then at R5 it's going to blow it out of the water. However, getting a bunch of refines on a specific limited 4-star weapon that is not available in the standard banner is, one, on average really damn expensive to begin with, but also, two, not something that's regulated by pity. There's no actual upper limit to how many wishes it can take to R5 this weapon. And so I would 100% not recommend going on this banner specifically for this. If that's what you're doing, you're better off going on a banner where a claymore is the signature weapon and just using a 5-star claymore. But if you get a bunch of fruitful hooks as a byproduct of trying to go for Homa, good for you. Overall, this weapon banner is dude, what is it with people fucking spamming in Russian? Anyways, as I was trying to say. Overall, this banner is honestly not very good. Homa is obviously nice on Hu Tao, and it's a reasonable stat stick, but Hu Tao is a character that's fallen out of favor a decent amount lately. So I don't think there's too many people left that like Hu Tao enough to get Homa and that don't already have it, especially considering how many times she's been rerun already. And then losing your 50-50 to 1,000 Floating Dreams is not particularly good. On the other hand, if you really, really like Nahida and you want to get her signature, losing your 50-50 to Homa is fine. Homa is a pretty good 5-star stat stick. But it's not great anymore. We've had a lot of weapons released since Homa came out. And then the 4-star lineup, Fruitful Hook is nice. Fav Bow is alright, but when it comes to Favs, it's one of the weaker ones. And then Dragon's Bane. It's kind of redundant on a banner that already has Homa. And then I have Perception and Lion's Roar are pretty ass. I'd say this is a slightly below average banner with slightly below average 5 stars and slightly below average 4 stars. And that is going to be it for the banner reviews. I hope you all learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed, as usual. Make sure you do the YouTube stuff. I already told you guys, but I'm telling you again. Subscribe, like, comment, subscribe. I said it twice because I really want you to subscribe. True. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay, business. Tell the editors, yep. Recorded banner review today. I think that's going to be it for the day. However, we have another video to post. That's fucking right. Editors are fucking pulling off incredible feats. But I don't know what to title it. Is Abyss 50% tankier now? I think that's a good title. Alright. The video has been posted, as usual. If you can find it through YouTube, it helps with the algorithm more. But, if you're too lazy, I will post a link in chat. Here it is. Make sure you go watch it, leave a like, comment.